Okay. Let me date Estinian, I'll die happy. Me with Grahatia. Anyway. In the dark of the tower, Creel glances at you with expectant eyes. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings for our respective locales? Oh, the music is so nice.
Your time in Thafnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thafnir.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
Hmm.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodora by a considerable margin.
Aren't you forgetting someone? Poor Alphanon.
Of course not. As our most
Oh,
talented healer,
yeah, okay, me too, I
we need
guess.
to lead in the fight, fighting primals on the front lines.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Did you hear that, guys? He called me our most proficient healer. Oh, I need to go into full screen again, actually. It's because you healed his broken heart. Good. Good. Alright. Where are we going? Hey, Lucky. Oh, right here. Cat jam. How's it going today? Well, we just started, so pretty good, especially because Graha just complimented us. And with us, I mean me. It could be going worse. Okay. What is going on here? A fate? Surely the Reaper doesn't need my help. Is that a Reaper? I saw the portal. What are you? Oh, you're a summoner. Actually, maybe they do need help. I'm just wondering why they're doing this fate. Oh no! Oh my god, there's so many AoEs. What the hell is this? I don't want to just leave. No, he's too small. I can't click him. Well, I don't have my fairy out. It's fine. They're fine by themselves, right? Surely they don't need me. No, I need to go. You full pedal alchemist. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice. Bruh! I'm fucking summoning my fairy. Fuck this. There's so many players here now! What is this? Is there something you get for farming faiths? In the new areas? I'm out of mana. Jesus. Yay! Bicolored gemstones. I can't even click on them in the chat. I had no idea. Well, I feel less bad for wasting stream time now. Look in your currency window. Ah! Where the hell? I don't see it. Am I blind? Oh, so hi, Gaia. Well, let's just continue the main story. I don't want to get hung up on things. As long as you're streaming it, it wasn't wasted. Vendor currency. Ah. Ah, our friend of yours, yeah, we've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have ready. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. Alright. If this is the true future of aetheryte travel, I think I'll stick to boats. Aye, no warning, however, empathic could have prepared me for that. On account of which, we are a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be, we should still call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. Hey Shroud. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding skills. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but for all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. In that case, they're all yours from now on. A warrior of Sass. But I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brightest star, after all. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for a good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into two groups. Rose and her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of the Venerian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavner, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Oh boy. Though our parties are separated, I will trust in you, as I know you will trust in me. Let us both give it our all and add another rousing chapter to the saga. Oh my god. This is the closest I've ever been to one of the towers. Such a sinister aura it exudes. It's been a while since I last took to the field, and I can't help but feel nervous. But with everyone at my side, I'm sure all will be well. Lest you worry, I've not forgotten my healing spells. Let it be restoration or destruction. The sorceress can command whatever magics the situation requires. Aside from primals within the tower, we shall for a certainty encounter enthralled Imperial soldiers. Defenders conveyed hither by means unknown, who will stop at nothing to hinder our efforts. Alright, let's see. I know these two wanted to join. I know he wanted to maybe join. Oh, he's watching a cutscene. Okay, never mind. I'll join you if you want. I don't know what the other two are playing. Just yet. Do you have a tank, Fuji? No. Alright. I'll sign us up then. Oh wait, Blaster switched to tank. I'll invite you for now then. There you go. There you are. Alright, if we're ready to go, I'll sign us up. The Tower of Zont. Goodbye. Someone didn't accept. Okay. Heck. Ah, it all looks so disgusting though. Oh, the others are casting with us. They're so far behind. Ooh, the crit shield. It's so cool to have the NPCs with us. I hate this. It's so disgusting looking. Art of War. Hey Dashing, I'm good, I'm good. I hope you're doing well. We're doing a little extra stream this weekend because I want to play more FF. Oh, the amount of AoEs! Thanks, I hate it. I've been well, just working. I'm glad to hear. I hope work hasn't been too bad for you lately. I know you've been really busy. It hasn't been bad yet. Oh no. I really need to spend some of my fairy gauge. Oh, Jesus. Saw my life flash before my eyes with all these AoEs. Hey, I leveled up! Broil 4! Wow! So exciting! Yeah, gonna be here till 5 and then I want to try and get yard work done. There's so many leaves in my backyard, I need to pile up much. Well, I hope it won't take you too long, or I hope it's relaxing at least. Oh, this is the new Art of War. It actually looks pretty good. Did I get a new dog? No. Wow. How long do you plan on streaming tonight, Corey? I don't actually know. I'm just gonna go for a long, I feel like. I didn't really decide on a time or anything. I'm probably not gonna stream for 7.5 hours like I did yesterday. I'm gonna ether pact it, I think. Oh no, this is scary! I think we're okay. I could Seraph it if need be. We should be fine. And Jerry Lurk, thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you for the lurk. As always, I really appreciate it. I want to watch as much as possible. I need to plan my sleep time. Hey, it's completely okay. If you gotta go, you gotta go. We're just chilling today. Oh no. Okay, Jesus. That was scary. Ah! Please! Spare me! I mean, as long as no one's dying, no one can complain either. Oh no, I clipped. No! The new Royal animation looks nice. Ah, I see. Oh, I made it. Okay. Whoa! Oh no. Oh no. No! Okay, we're fine. We're okay. What the hell is this? Ow! Confused and unable to accurately perceive surroundings. No! Ow! No, I couldn't get Ether Flow back in time. I'm so sad. Alright. I have no idea what's going on in this dungeon. Oh no. Ugh. I hate how close I'm cutting it with this dungeon. It's terrifying. Fairy! Oh good, it just teleported, I guess. Okay. Oh, I might greed on these. My fairy is gone. Excuse me. Goodbye, cruel world. Hello, coffee. What's up? I love how I clicked on heal and my family was like, goodbye. My fairy was like, goodbye. About to wipe out. About to head out. Where did it go? I'm so mad. I'm going to live vicariously through you since I don't even have an active sub right now. That's okay. We're doing the first dungeon right now. And, I have no idea what's happening. I don't know why my fairy disappeared. I was telling it to follow me, and then just dipped. I don't know if my fairy would have made the difference. I feel like, I mean, it would have given more healing output, but I don't know where it went. Always make sure it follows me. We can try the pull again, but now that I have my heckin' fairy. Big shields. Big shields. Sheesh. Okay, come with me, fairy. I'm pressing heal. You're playing Scholar? Yeah, I was considering playing Sage, but I know I always fall back on Scholar with every other expansion I've played, so no matter the cost, we must protect the tower. So, I decided to just play Scholar. I'm glad I can get a preview of as to what eye destruction this place is going to do to my eyes when I tank it. Yeah. Look, she's a Reaper too. just not gonna stand in the big triangle in the middle. To have the sage dash right now, that'd be nice. The effects look great though. Oh no. So this is what the game, what it looks like to play the game without extreme lag? Oh. Why do you have lag in the game? Is it just FPS issues or latency? On a Euro data center despite being in the US. Ah, I see. Oh, I'm attacking the wrong enemy. I just noticed. All of my Finnish friends hopped into the game at the same time and dragged me down with them. Man, I remember in during Heaven's War times, the US servers of the game were in America as well. Dark times. I don't remember the latency being all that bad though. I don't know what it's like for you at the moment. But now the European stores are actually in Europe. Bye, thank you. Basically, you just have to try and play one step ahead of everything. Well, thanks for the help, everyone. I did it.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
This whole dungeon was
I see it.
disgusting.
Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
What?
This is what we came to destroy?
Whose
Yes,
limb?
if you would be so kind.
Well, that shows how fucking powerful Estinian is, I guess.
And that should be the end of it.
Thanks, Alphino.
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
What happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
Wow.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Are those elephant people evil? No, they're friends. Ugh. Phew, carrying all those Matanga may have been the true struggle. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Radzat for treatment. Alzay and Yushola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment, with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. You may not know. Yes. Cool. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle, right? Barshan bade us come to Magdura at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait, on second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jaw. Just you and me then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. Can we finally get the ether right there? Graha got that main character energy. He is the main character. I won't have it any other way. True. He is. I am very happy Estinian is here more. It's great to see more of him. Excuse me. No! Not the jamels. Not the giraffe camels. Okay, we're here. With the tower gone, I expect that the state of alert will be lifted. Honored Scions, you're free to enter at your leisure. Jesus. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Though I have been to Radzat before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Come on, Estinian. Don't stray too far away now. You're gonna get lost. Fat cat. Ah, Mistress Rose, I presume? I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Megaduta, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Ratadhan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetherite disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. Please ascend the steps next to this fountain and continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Ruveda Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Kirby, welcome. Thank you so much for becoming a Paranormal Investigator. Really appreciate it. Oh, so I can't even attune to this Aetherite right now? If it's disabled? I mean, that won't stop me from trying, but... According to the message on the base, the Aetherite has been temporarily disabled. Right. Might as well grab the mini Aetherites on the way, though. We can just go back to this one. Oh, this place is so pretty, though. This place is very empty. Wait. Okay, Estinian teleported back here. Well, that's not so bad. Think of it like the Yulmur Aetherite. You can see it now, but it's gonna be a while before you can actually use it, just like Yulmur. Oh, okay. You know how annoying it was trying to get gear for your gatherers with Yulmur's Aetherite being deactivated for me? You have lost sight of your child. Please go catch him. Estinian would like to be picked up from Smallland. Little Estinian would like to be picked up from Smallland. I repeat. Heading to Megadudari. In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ruveda Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. There's a seal! Look at him go. Goodbye. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Megaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead and cross the bridge. You can't miss it. Wait. There must be an NPC there for most people. Excuse my yawning. I do really like that you can have the NPCs following you around, or rather that you have to have the NPCs following you around. Makes you feel a bit less alone doing the quests. It's really nice. Corey, do you have the same ability bound 3 times on your hotbar? What do you mean? You mean this? Yes. But that's because they didn't used to be the same ability. And these aren't for, like, actual hotbar use. These are to see the cooldowns closer to the party list. I just haven't replaced this one yet. That's all. Greetings and welcome to Megaduda. May I inquire after your business? Where members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we have been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber if you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Always standing next to us.
Glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Oh my fucking god. Shut up.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude.
It's the little things, like him saying that not when he enters the room, but when he looks at us specifically.
Their souls of its corrupting influence.
Graha fangirling? I would never. I would never.
Suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzathan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the high crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
Okay, but I need Square Enix to make a fucking dating sim in this game. Please.
We are
all I
humbled by your
want.
generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzathan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Oh my god.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away,
Don't you play the fucking
such
Heavensward
tragedies as
theme.
befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
No, it's actually the catboy that just left. And I wish you could be here with us now.
I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsommer's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
No! Don't show me that! I'll be sad.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Man, Soken really did outdo himself. It's crazy.
Ah, apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Of course. Our apologies again. I hope we didn't force you to conclude your conversation prematurely. So, what were you and Vertra talking about? Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. Archon Loaf. Oh no. Alphanon has a mind to join the others at the High Crucible. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the Mulberry Orchard. Oh, the twins can walk by themselves. That's good. Okay, just making sure I attune to this. I understand the mulberries are for the silkworms, grown a stone's throw away from the satrap's residence. That gives it the quintessential Tavnerian flair, don't you think? From here we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. I don't think I've ever attuned to this one yet. The word huge apparently means bind in the local tongue, and this district is so named because it connects all the others in the city. If we manage to come this far, we shouldn't have trouble finding the High Crucible, or so I was told. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead, then descend the steps. I thought the Crusarian was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Radzat Han. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. I gotta attune to this aetheryte first. My FF14 gotta remind us of all the dead people? Yeah, they really like doing that, huh? That set looked nice. Oh. And so can score pulls at your heartstrings on demand. Yeah, that OST in the last cutscene was really beautiful. In general, the OST this far has been really nice. Sushi rolls! Guild tag sad. Oh. Beautiful. I love Lalafels. And here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. I didn't talk to Alizé, no! I'm assuming this is still out of order. Well, it was worth a shot. Huh? Though this land hath been afforded a respite and turmoil, do many others languish still. Our work is far from finished. You took your time. Got turned around, I take it? Yes. What an immense laboratory. How many such places were enlisted to help forge the warding scales, I wonder. Excellent. You're in time to hear the latest good news. The students have previously turned to Radzat Han's alchemists for help with the analysis of various artifacts. That is how I became acquainted with Nadana. I'm glad we could rescue her and pray she makes a full recovery. I'm quite well now, I assure you. As they say, the stronger the taste and stranger the color, the more effective the remedy. With my body trying to replenish the ether I spend, however, I'm feeling rather famished. I think a sampling of the local delicacies is in order. Hamza cuisine would be a good place to start, perhaps? As I heard it, after you defeated Nidhogg, his scales found their way into the hands of the firmament's artisans. Steeped in power as they are, it's no surprise that they were coveted. Still, it is a strange legacy for the vengeful worm. Hey Cake, thank you so much for the lurk. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place. Oh, banger alert.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for.
Hey, Ima.
Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and
Hey,
the Far
Issa.
East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
Oh.
Of course, we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
That was very quick, huh?
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough.
Hey, Zero.
All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Havnair from an awful fate.
I'm just glad she's okay.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Oh. Oh, the flower!
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
That's interesting.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Well, back in our pocket it goes.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Good thing the Warrior of Light has magic pockets. Yeah, good thing. I don't even know if my pants have pockets, like in the texture. No. A bag of holding. That'd be convenient, yeah. 1,000 gil! Are you insane? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, 1,000 gil! Ow! Game, I would like to alt-tab for just a minute. Thank you. Alright. Teleporting Farley into the Shadowbringers world costs 1.5k. Oh lord. Well, at least they're resting on a pillow, I guess. Actually, Korien dead. It's good to be back and with the fruit of our labor safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Dankrit suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. If we go into our room, is Artbird gonna show up again? Welcome back, Rose. Kriel has appraised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing into a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. So, be it penning a thesis or defeating Dayform entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? No, we did. I was making a joke. Leave me be. Because he would always show up whenever we went into our inn room. Oh, our flower's sad again.
Take heart and protect them well.
No? K4? Oh.
Good. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest
Oh my
dining
god.
from the
I hope
last
it's
stand.
Humburgware. I hope Graha's gonna eat his Humburgware. It's from the last stand too. Please, please, please. Yes! It's huge! Ah! Ah, that's cute.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
No, thank you.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart. What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since. Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon, and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Ooh. My husband! It's okay. You know what? These are my quarters.
Why else did you think we were here? Surrender to thy fate, O champion.
Oh my god, Alice. That's a nice detail. Ah, such a cute cutscene. Oh look, it's K4's girlfriend again.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough,
Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No, it doesn't.
No. All
Neopets?
else is equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame.
Alright, go to horny jail. Jesus Christ,
I
Enos.
basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
But Daniel wouldn't get it. He doesn't have that passion.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
I would love to see this game redone, remastered, to just be a single player game and to just have it be the story. And just not have the limitations of this engine. It would be fucking beautiful. On Wings of Hope. I hope you don't mind us barging into your room for a late night feast. For what it's worth, it did me a world of good to put our troubles to one side, if only for a moment. Sound the bell, school's in. What the hell's this? Creel and Grahatia were having a pleasant conversation until you barged in. Oh, there you are, feeling refreshed, I hope? I was about to make my way to the studium as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with the Scholarch Monteshane, and thank him for coming to our rescue in Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thavnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we were waiting for Ishola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Well, 6 seems to be being written by the Heavensward writing team, so you might sort of get a wish. I mean, yeah, I mean, like, it's not just the Heavensward team, it's like Soken and Yoshi P and everyone's working on it. So yes, I'm excited for that. I just, you know, I wished it was this game story in a proper single-player FF. Well, maybe we'll... Haha, wouldn't it be funny if it got the FF7 remake treatment one day? Haha, wouldn't that be really cool? Copium. Yeah, that's a real copium. Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphinaud can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while going ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. I could be turning up the graphics again a bit though, I think. Even if it's just like... maybe this on high. We can keep this on normal. Should be okay. Okay, wait, where am I going? Oh, just over here. I got the 7 remake treatment. If it got the 7 remake treatment, half the plot would be rewritten though. That's... I mean, of course, because it wouldn't have the MMO pacing. I can totally imagine skipping every cutscene on the new Unreal Engine. Everything is exactly the same except we have 5 additional glamour slots. Heading out for a stroll? The Scholark himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphinaud, of all people, worrying about his reputation, and our alma mater, no less, will wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Excuse me. Unreal Engine remake to bring back the belt slot. No, no thank you. See that sculpted picture above the entrance? That's the mark of the Thaliac, the scholar, bearer of the waters of knowledge. It's no exaggeration to say that Charlie in itself is one enormous shrine to him, and that's especially noticeable here in the studium. Huh. It feels like only yesterday that I first walked through these doors. Here it is, Phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of etherological phenomena, hence the name. Though, with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Sharlayan's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors. And I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in this shadow, if nothing else. Just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Levier began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholark Monteshane. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whim takes him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Oh, we're at level 82 now. I should update our title. Currently level 82. Since we're on level 82 quests. No, Master Debater! That was Alphinaud Levier, wasn't it? The Alphinaud Levier! And he's with his sister and Master Baldesion's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word! Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for the Scholark, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Aliapo should have a better idea. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Ahem! Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to the Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books! And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Paisa this, tongue of Gigantote that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the Scholark's whereabouts. Warrior of Sass! I beg your pudding? You're not a gleaner? Then this was all an elaborate ruse? No, wait. Come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Ha! In the time it's taken me to tell you all of this, the Scholark has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Okay. What is going on over here? He spoke to me. He actually spoke to me. It's Alphinaud himself in the flesh. I assure you, I'll tell you all about it after my business with the Scholark has concluded. The Scholark? Tell me, my good fellow, does this have something to do with saving the world from catastrophe? Might we turn our attention to Master Livier's graduation thesis? I too have my doubts regarding our policy of non-intervention. Is it true that our experiences overseas are the reason you have incurred the ire of the Forum? Oh, what I wouldn't give to see you butt heads with those old codgers. Things were bad enough during our school days, and Alphinaud's time abroad has only heightened his fame. Should that be infamy? He had his rivals and detractors, of course, though most of them gave that up after his adoring fans set upon them like ravenous dogs. Alphinaud, on the other hand, never paid them much notice. They were simply beneath him. Why is there just a great serpent of Ronka by himself? Where's your mom? Here, I'll hold open the door so you can come in. There you go. Level-headed student. Yes, the Skolark was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums? He hopping, going back to his dad, yes.
Remember you?
Actually, the grandpa voice.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Nice.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye.
Aww. That's sweet.
You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
Oh. So they are bound.
Our duty is of the
so they
greatest
can't
importance.
speak about it.
Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic.
It just seemed like
As
when they were
such,
in the
those
forum.
entrusted with this duty have
Ah,
been
yeah, I
bound
was right.
by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
No, anything but school. I'm begging. Wow. How fancy.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Corporeal ether?
Yes, very good.
Pog.
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the
You already
simplest
know
of
this
daily
is fiction
activities
because I never
and
would have
replenished by the food
spoken.
and drink that
I never would
sustain
have
us,
offered to answer
this
the question
form
of a teacher.
ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
The memories wouldn't be legible anymore.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act.
Huh.
The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
It actually does look like they have no legs with that outfit.
Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought, or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
That laugh was a bit unsettling, I will say. Is this what scholars do in their free time? No. You have been granted. Okay, never mind, goodbye. Some of my earliest memories of the Scholarch Montaigne, actually. He was a close friend of our grandfather. He would comfort tea and amaze us with his tricks, much like his demonstration with the paper and ink. He's a huge part of why I wanted to enter the studium in the first place. While Scholarch Montaigne is best known for his role as the head of the studium, he is said to be one of the finest mages Sharlayan has ever produced. Having seen for myself the ease of which he weaves extraordinarily complex and powerful magics, I have no reason to doubt the claim. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I will hydrate, thank you. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the forum's true motives and the mysteries of life itself, for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Ki Aliapo, as the Scholarch suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. Alright, quick stretch! Alright, thank you. I still feel like the pods should have been a mount rather than a minion. Or both. So that they could carry you, like, in the near rain. Or like they would if you float it as 2B or 9S in the game. Would have been cute. It would have been different. Astinian returned not long after we departed for the studium, ashamed that he missed the chance to attend our lecture with the Scholarch. Or perhaps not. Having spent most of the time in Thavnair, I've yet to fully grasp the lie of the land here in Charlian. Even finding my way to the Annex proved a challenge. You'd better not let your guard down around Key. One small favor becomes another, then another, and before you know it, you'll be running to the other side of the world in search for a bottle of wine or some other rubbish. Then again, it might make for a welcoming change of pace from your usual heroics, and as the Scholarch said, it could also lead to interesting discoveries. It seems I've done an adequate job of relaying Scholarch Monteshane's lecture to Graha. Given his experiences in the fields of souls and memories, he had no trouble understanding it. Of course not. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grant Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends— oh, no! No! Our friends have asked what we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Lominsa. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Lominsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. Yes, I checked it. It's too easy to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but I'll see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Astinian? Phew, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Vitra and the alchemists of the Great Work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? Creel could fit into one of those crates? Yes, she could. As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn, I can feel it. To Limsa Lominsa. Excuse me. Okay, time for an ancient loading screen. Never mind. Olger-chan! She's back! I can't believe it. Oh, it's that haircut. I was so confused. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seatseer and the Sultana. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? You mean, about to be 4 of the most powerful women? Get me in there. Nice ego, heck off. Your warrior of light is included in this. My apologies for calling you away from Charlene at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers. It is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warning scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of Kobold, Sahajin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Radzad Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves from this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be, the Ilzabard contingent. Jesus. To think such progress has been made in such short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telophorais every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there is reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what is yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telophoroi. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Y'shtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good. But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilzabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For the people of Garlemald. Sure. Couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily, for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilzabard. Roban and Lord Imeric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs, and the like. Without it, the cold will The cold will do you in before the Telophori so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now, go. Safe in the knowledge, Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Sweet. Is the next duty a trial? If we go by the way it was for Shadowbringers, it might be. No? Oh, okay. Second dungeon before that. Wow, okay. That's exciting, actually. Has there always been a trial level? Huh. Actually exciting. Cool. Oh yeah, I never got the sightseeing spot. And I'm not about to now. Oh, Imerica's here. Ah, fancy meeting you here. I trust our mutual friend is setting into life as a scion. Collaboration was never his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he'd go, like a gaily cat swept up in a strong breeze. But rest assured, he will always be there when you need him, probably. If Imeric asks after me, say I'm getting on fine and leave it at that. Don't you dare breathe a word about the cord. I'll admit, this is all rather daunting, though not quite in the way I was expecting. We'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with our alliance's finest, the best of the best, the warrior of light, and, well, me. It's silly, I know. Perhaps this is my way of distracting myself from the part I should be worried about, marching into Garlemald. You know, I'm quite looking forward to seeing who's been selected for the Ilsebard contingent. I have a few people in mind. Care to make a friendly wager? I must quiz Dankred and Uringer on the conditions we can expect in Garlemald. I know it's cold, but how cold? Well, I need to keep my ears covered. They can be a bit sensitive at times. I will not comment. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. Ah, the Wanderer's return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those wording skills of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Imeric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsebard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid onto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Imeric's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As we fight the good fight in Ilsebard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Oh, hi! Word of your exploits travel quickly. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of its that word, force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one. That being the information... Oh my god. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telophori have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. We'll deliver your people from harm in your stead. For what it's worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen. I am certain of it. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. Are you winning, Corey? Yes. So that's Gaius Belzar, the horrors he must have seen, many of his own making, no doubt. With the knowledge that our allies will hold in line in our absence, we may devote our attention to the Ilzabardian front. I suppose it's easy for some people to forget there are civilians in Garlemald too, when the only Imperials they've ever known are soldiers. Once we've seen the contingent on its way, I will return to my duties here in Alamigo. As many of our most capable will be traveling with you to Garlemald, we who remain will have to fight that much harder to make up the difference. But let no man say I do not welcome the challenge. Aye, this old bull isn't ready to hang up his horns yet. I'll leave now because of work, but please take care, Corey. Thank you so much for stopping by, Ima. I really appreciate it. I neglected to mention earlier that we received a report from our troops that may be of interest to you. While engaged with a lunar primal, a great worm swooped down from the skies above and came to their aid. This worm, as described, was the spinning image of Tiamat. It would seem she too continues to wage war against the Telophoroi. Like Gaius, I too stand accused of Varus's murder, though I am rather less recognizable on sight. Still, it's something to bear in mind once we reach Garlemald. Regardless of how my countrymen receive you, the cold will not treat you kindly, underestimate it at your peril. A gift! The other members of the Ilsabard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Ah, the remaining members of the Scions, your friends and most of the Ilsabard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Yes.
By the 12.
Oh, wow.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
I love how the Black Mage Guild is here.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Wow.
Lucia.
It's been a while since we've seen her.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations,
Check
not
my
least
Twitter
my
later?
former
Alright, I'll
homeland,
have a look.
I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce
Guess
you to
this
the
thing
rest
is
of our
getting
company.
post? Alright, nice. Thank you.
Everyone! If I may have your attention.
Oh man.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must. I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we.
I'm not anymore.
The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest.
I don't even hate her that much, though. It's just, I like her the
If
least.
Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place
Maybe
is
I
likely
hate
to
her a
be
little
crawling
bit.
with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally,
up.
Marshal Tarragon and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like this, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Oh my god!
Lord Emanolaine!
Yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
God, could you imagine if Hien and Gosetsu just ram through the door? Just ram through the door?
They've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
That's even better! Well, maybe not better than Gosetsu, but I'm so happy they're back. Oh my god.
We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Well, show me Magnai again.
Cyrano, and you brought company.
I love Magnai! He's great.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy! Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Man.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
It's so nice to have, like, everyone be
You're more
here,
right
or
than
at
you
least
know.
represented.
For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Doma. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy.
Clap, clap, clap.
To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
I'm so happy to see Magna again. Oh, there's so many people to talk to. With the Mole, champions of the Nadam, and the Dotharl having sent so many here, I had thought to defend the steppe in their absence, and I would have done so were it not for my step-brothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance may deliver them on to victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dotharli dog, as first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do so as I have agreed. I volunteer to join this band at Serena's request, and if she thinks it is a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company on a hunt than any of the steppes oafish men could dream to be. She's so cute. I am glad to see you well, Rose. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the gods sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red and the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer, and as they danced the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos she spied blackened silhouettes and knew at once that one was yours. Yet we knew not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that great danger awaits, but whatever lies ahead I will walk with you, traveler. Well met, Rose, well met. 'Twould seem that my machinists have called upon to serve, a turn of events which, according to my prospectometer, could have proved to be quite the opportunity. I shall show the world the full extent of machinistry's worth. Of that and more you can be sure of, my friend. Well, well, if I'd known what a social gathering this would turn out to be, I'd have dressed for the occasion. Still, this seems the perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Would I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Serena and Sadu of the Steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though I don't know much like the look of that fella with the enormous axe. Well, good luck with that. I cast my lot with the populares to bridge the divide between Garlemald and her territories, that all may be united in a common cause. But we were disparaged as a radical element. The center is looking to destabilize the empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in unfortunate accidents. I too would surely have met the same fate had I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of equality and peace for us all. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out hope that one day that dream will become reality. I'm here representing the Pugilists Guild in the place of Master Hamon. Know that I've your back till the bitter end, Rose. We came as quickly as we could. We would follow your example and devastate the Telophori with the full extent of our powers. Worry not for our brothers, Boozy. We will return soon enough. Often has father told me of the struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy, Her Grace has elected to bolster the Ilzabard contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representatives of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to the cause. It seems so long ago we were sailing across the Ruby Sea and charging about the Azim Steppe with Serena and the others. I'd say we're overdue for another adventure. It brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together, good times and not so good. I expect Garlemald will be mostly the latter, but I'd like to believe we'll look back on these days more fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, we'll have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, aye? I love all the recognizable faces here. Yeah, it's heartwarming. It's super nice, yeah. I've led troops into battle many a time, but never a unit with such a diverse range of talents. While I've been briefed on their capabilities, I expect you could provide additional insight into their strengths and weaknesses. I'd appreciate any advice you may have. I'm here representing the Marauders Guild, and it's my job to keep the smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with them hammers of theirs, they can put up a fair fight themselves. With a bit of luck, this will be over and done with before you know it. Maybe when this all is over, you could pay the Axemaster a visit. He still tells all the new recruits about the time you killed Kajata and avenged that boy's parents. I remember it like it were yesterday. Until the Empire fell, Garleans were the only ones we was allowed to impose tariffs upon at sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty gill. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I returned the favor and gave a little something back. Greetings, Rose. The time has come for us Marines to show our valor upon the battlefield. All who see us will know of our name and quake before our might. To victory, come hells or high water. In case you were wondering, Eshiva will be staying behind to defend the 12s with my sisters. She was of the opinion she would make a useful addition to our contingent, and was eager to make good on her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately it was decided that her skills would be better to put to use keeping our homeland safe. I am of course obligated to share with her every detail when I return. Hey yo, you did what? I don't know, some warrior quest bullshit I guess. I'm a level 60 warrior apparently. All of my tanks except for Dark Knight are 60. Huh. I never even noticed. I'm gonna go restart my computer. Be right back. No worries. Fritz Womanly. The the urge to rename it to Korien Manly. I can't lie to you, Rose. I wasn't entirely for this whole thing when Sanson spoke to me, but if it means being your brother in arms, then who am I to pettifog? I shouldn't be so hard on him, I suppose. The Spartan unit is quite impressive, really. Yes, one must give credit where credit is due. Rather uncouth for one to do otherwise, after all. Our prowess has finally been recognized by the Order of the Twin Adder. Naturally, Guidelot is also here helping us. Whilst his ability as a bard is unmatched, I do worry about his judgment. However, you need not. I shall be keeping a close eye on him, I promise. Well. So Lucy is in command. Regardless of her background, she's a Temple Knight through and through. I dare say her Garlean roots are all the more reason for her to lead this mission. We've been part of joint military operations like this before, and with far greater numbers, but for some reason this feels very different to our previous experiences. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there's already a palpable sense of camaraderie. This is extraordinary. To be in such company, the finest of our allies have to offer. With comrades such as these, we are bound to succeed, I'm certain of it. I was half expecting to find the man who taught me red magic amongst our numbers, but he's nowhere to be seen. I suppose he's had a share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there's some other reason. Well, in any case, I'll be seeing him again once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my swordplay's improved since we last met. Blessed are we to have made countless steadfast allies over our journey's course. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances, who in time shall we come to call our comrades and mayhap friends. I've close ties with the scouts of the Eastern Alliance at the various resistance groups, and they're an absolute joy to work with. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilzabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Sure. Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it? Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Let a set of warding scales I spy, not that I would know what they'd look like. There you go. Wow, look at these! Even a layman like me could tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one last thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountains of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. I hear you've got something for us. There you go. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know that what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Ainzar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilfir told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land, and in the middle of the sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. Yes? So these are the famed warding scales, enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atowa and learn all there is to learn of the star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the 12's, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded to a Pajal. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Guardians would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades should fighting break out. Nothing new here. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans! We are to keep these closed at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Oh, and before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, at times of strife, together stand together, fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Orthard, has been plagued by the towers, yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Anything new now? No. Do you have a warding skill for me too? Yes. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsabard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute to proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alamegan quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Don't tell me we're gonna have to wear specific clothes. Regular checking Grahatia? Yes, of course. It's something of a constant refrain that we require warmer clothing. My present garb may be lacking, fur collar notwithstanding. Concoctions to fortify the flesh against wind and cold are commonly sold in the old dun markets, though they are of dubious provenance and efficacy. 'Tis said, however, that in recent days the Alchemist's Guild hath produced a tincture capable of such a feat. Mayhap the achievements of their Thavnarian counterparts did spur them to action, that they not be put to shame. This coat is quite warm, but I have something rather thicker for occasions like these. There's no telling how long we'll be out in the open, and we can't go starting fires willy-nilly if we want to avoid detection. If you've anything you still need to take care of, you'd better see to it now. Preparations? I've got my armor and my lance, what more could I need? This is my revival. I've been lax in expanding my limited wardrobe. Think we have time for a quick trip back to Old Charlian? I recall a rather fetching coat. Moving on. Stop trying to make fetch happen, Graha. It's not going to happen. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time north recently as well, we have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor, I hear? Tataru! but how? Mwahaha! I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabard without telling me? Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. Oh, even she got a new outfit now. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. She's Sebastian. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Ah, I see. Tataru's a true endgame player of FF14. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Ah, I did have one other thing to share. Argmus and Bloomweeda have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at Hut Quarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian? Oh, why not? You can keep Kryle company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there, and I heard Ergmus and Bloomweeda did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also why I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world. If anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. The snark, I love her. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. That's cute. I don't see anyone else. A frosty reception. Tataru is desperately trying to retain her composure as she prepares to see you off on another perilous journey. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Where? Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Solo instance, Aboob. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Additionally, you are required to participate in battle. Please note, yes. Ironworks pilot savage. Oh god. Maybe I should have put on the coat. Just to look fitting in the cutscene. Excuse me.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
So true, Emmett. So true, King.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Oh wow! It's the fucking... it's this fucking coat.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Wait,
Perhaps,
I want to see you
but
show
there is
her.
more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
This outfit on Lies is cute.
As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
All right. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot. Oh, that coat looks sick. We got such an ugly one in comparison to everyone else's outfits.
They asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Y'shtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation
That Viera is
unfolds.
just staring into my
You'll forgive me
soul.
if I ask
Holy
again,
shit.
but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you
lips,
like, but I'll
eye.
get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Sweet. The coming battle, you will fight as Tancred. Wow. He just straight up has a fucking instant kill shit. A stealth takedown. Hey Zeros, no worries. Thanks for the lurk. I was about to confuse the sense of guard dogs. Right, so this is literally a stealth mission? Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you are ready. In the coming battles, you will fight as Tancred, and you have two objectives. Place explosives in the Imperial Magitech, deactivate the frontline Magitech units via the control terminal. If the guards detect and pursue you, enemy forces will become more aware of the threat you pose, indicated by the threat awareness gauge. Jesus. This is gonna be awful, isn't it? The gauge will gradually fill until you defeat all alerted enemies. If the gauge is completely filled, the guards will call for reinforcement and the mission will end in failure. Use swift deception to avoid detection as you go about completing your objectives. It's alright? Okay. Usually, stealth missions and non-stealth games are, painful, to say the least. Okay, well, let's just start.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time.
Oh, this
We only
looks
have one shot at
cool!
this, so let's make it count.
No! It's okay. It's fine. It's completely fine. Oh, did I press the wrong button? Yeah, I know it lasts 10 seconds, but... Oh, you have to use it while you're stealthed. Oh, I see. Whoa! That's something. Kova, welcome. Thank you so much for becoming a paranormal investigator. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Yeah, I've played Dishonored. How did you know? I've played Ghost of Tsushima. How did you know?
Damn.
Oh, it doesn't work on these. Imperial. Why do I only do half the reading? It's fine. Right. So they've got guard dogs, and no use hiding. They'll soon sniff you out. Luckily, I've come prepared with this bomb. So what? Do I just do this? Rest in peace. Whimper. I can't take out the machinery. Shush. No, don't come this way. Okay. That should do the trick, now to hide and send word.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Oh, there's so many enemies.
Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
The slasher has to go. Like right now. Leave. God damn it. Shush. Whoa! Oh, I got so worried there for a second. Don't see me! Don't see me! Okay. Move. Move! Well, I didn't want you to move that way, but... Oh no! It's fine. We'll just kill it. I should have expected this. But it's fine. We have actually quite a bit of wiggle room. I don't like this machine being there. It's kind of risky to move up. It's probably best to go where the slasher is going, but like in this corner over here. But I'm not too sure actually. Okay, we gotta watch out for the slasher. I'll pop stealth when it comes over here. Yeah. Okay, and then we can just take out this guard. Do this. Wait out the stealth for just another second. Oh no, this is a really bad place to be. Right. I just gotta make it past the vanguards. Oh, please don't come out here. Fuck it. Let's just risk it. Stealth! Stealth! Sweet. I'm out of here. Biped! Stealth!
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
Yeah, it wasn't so bad.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Whoosh, whoosh. A few months later, at the rear of the Ilzabard contingent supply caravan. Chocobo! Why do people happy?
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
Wait! Something's coming!
La criatura.
Oi. Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Ooh, Rod Jammer. Nice. Hopefully you can see like the character portraits when they speak. It's actually really nice. I don't have my ferry out. Oopsie.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
Wow.
Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishtar is here!
Fuck off.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger.
Yes, I'm going.
We're the only ones still struggling. I've been itching for a
All right. It's not just the animation, it's the impact sound that's so nice. It actually sounds so good. I love it. I really love it. I love the impact sound. Whoa! Okay, you guys can do that. Well, there we go.
You lot alright back there? We're fine and ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Head north. Okay, cool. What's this weird looking sage? I decided to stick to what I'm familiar with. Meanwhile, on the front line. Actually casting
Removed
sleep.
from the field
Wow.
was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time.
Oh my god, Estinian.
The trouble
Calm
is,
down.
their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
Albert Estinian gonna be one of my favorite genders. Yes. I agree.
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
Don't worry, I'm here.
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
Cool.
We have them now. Forward!
Art of War! Art of War! Art of War! Surely they should be fine. Oh, or we can just do that.
As a raging bull!
Dude, the impact sound of Art of War 2 is also very, very nice. Oh wait, my fairy's still here, right? I can't see it, but I'm seeing Embrace being cast, so... Oh, it's right next to me. Oh wait, my dot dropped. God damn it! I want to dodge AoEs. I'm a healer. Yay! Everyone else moves. Right moment. It really is. Oh god, my mana. No, this is too much for me. Ow. Alright, that'll do. I'm not in range! Whoa! Bruh, I have no idea what's going on. It feels like everyone's dying.
Tremble before the sun!
Do I have to heal the pillars? Oh no, I think we're fine. Oh shit! Well, I feel like I did nothing. But we did it.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Her and Xenos would get along great. Poor Magni.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
God, poor
Outmaneuvered, but not
Magni.
outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
What's your favorite thing in Endwalker so far, Corey? You mean like in general, or out of the things that have happened? Out of the quests? If we're talking in general, Grahatia, probably. Grahatia and the game's humor.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain.
I love Estinian being part of the main cast. I love
800 years
seeing
it had
other
been
characters
since the
again.
Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kovosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth.
I'm not a
Freezing,
Graha shrimp.
hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Without saying too much, out of all area storylines, this is probably my favorite. Hope you enjoy it. Oh. I'm excited, but still worried. The ether right here is beautiful. I love the colors. Sweet. Shouldn't be long before we have a half-decent camp with so many helping hands. I was concerned the snow might hinder our progress, but our Ishgardian friends are used to working in conditions like these. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Y'shtola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alizé and I will meet you there. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head has cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. Ugh. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Can't see it through the fog, but she probably can see its ether, right? Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. Good night, Cake. Thanks so much for lurking today. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. It's not only the tempered that need care. A fair few of our own were wounded on the Magna Glacies. If only we hadn't needed to defend the supply caravan, a lot more of us could have joined in the front line. You'll be pleased to know most of the tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, although it seems to me that they left too many useful possessions behind. Aye, although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I will make my way there. Yeah, I agree. The game is very, very pretty and very special. It's so nice. I really love it. Virgilia is in our care, along with the rest of the tempered. Glory to Garlemald, glory to Garlemald. They still whisper in their sleep, even as they writhe in pain. Raban taught me a lot about military strategy during exercises in the fringes, coordinating units with wildly different capabilities, surveying and securing hostile terrain, that sort of thing. Now I have the chance to put his teachings into practice. We've asked the Ironworks members and some of our other comrades to stay with the airships. In the event we are discovered, we must be ready to move them swiftly to a safer location. This is all that remains of Laturum. Homes become empty husks. If this is the state of the outlying villages, I dread to think what has become of the capital. The temperate soldiers are sleeping soundly. What the fuck? Gluck, 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 gluck. Temperate soldiers are sleeping soundly while they undergo treatment. There are too many to attend at once, but I and the other healers will see to them all eventually. Hell's bells, this place is bloody freezing. Rather be tied to the top mast in a storm than suffer this cold any longer. Anyone can spare a swig of rum? That'll sort me right out. Oh, I could go for rum right now. Anyway, thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows.
Never mind, I was wrong.
Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glacies are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinists will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
Yeah, the winter outfits look amazing. Like all of them, even Lies.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
Great.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Extensive travels is something of an understatement, but I suppose if there's nothing else that needs doing, we'll do it.
This too is a vital task, and I appreciate your willingness to see it done. Rest assured that a serving of hot soup will be waiting for you.
Sloop.
You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
I've never thought myself much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventures have taken me to all sorts of strange places to all sorts of strange and distant places. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be a simple feat. Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when we next meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even if they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. What, ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like rather a tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Ablan Rime for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we might as well humor him. Bear. Sweet. It's nice when they're on the way to the main quest and very obviously on top of like that. All Aether currents should be like that. The few buildings I can see don't appear to be residences. They may still warrant investigation though. I'm surprised by how many wild beasts there are roaming about the place. Perhaps now that the soldiers have gone, they're free to wander and forage as they please. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing, or maybe it's a cow. Not that we're after. Not what we're after anyway. Is that an ether current? Ah, no, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over yon hillock? They're so mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something, though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. Should be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. Well, let's go. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful, thank you. But what, you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less, and lest we forget the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Your current should just be tied to side quests and MSQ, man, not just existing in the wild for real. So you can't get all till you finish MSQ in that area anyway? I suppose. I don't mind doing the exploring, but sometimes it's just like super annoying to get to them. Especially, there was like one in the last Stormblood area where you had to like loop around half the map to get to it. It was so fucking annoying. I had one of my friends taxi me for that one. A trail of fresh footprints lead east. Jesus, take the wheel on my reading skills. Seriously. Or the Stormblood one on the bridge. The lock, I will never forgo it. Exactly, yeah. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. Okay, so Kori, this has to be one of the worst trends this expansion. Tailing quests. Are there a lot of those in this area? According to the label here, this place was used by those involved with extracting ceruleum. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Not this area, just you'll do it a bit more than you would like, and they're all the same. Yeah, okay. Again, MMO pacing. That's why I wish it was just a single-player game, story-wise. Huh? The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out for her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Right. I don't know why we can't just shout. Like, it's not like we can't just kill these wild beasts. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed. Make use of cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete these objectives, yes. Well, at least it shows her cone of vision, right? Well, not the entire cone, obviously, but a good, like, which direction she's looking. I mean, it could be worse. Ah! That's okay, I just won't fail. Five hen. Ugh. The moving sounds these enemies make are awful. Oh, she's so fast! Ha! I knew it! I was about to sprint for that tree, but... thank God I didn't. Oh, she's getting away! Ah, there we go. You failed there? Clearly it's because you didn't play Ghost of Tsushima Dishonored. I'm just more honed in the stealth department with my patience out of steel. Godlike patience. Duty complete. That's clearly the problem. Phew, still in one piece. Hi. Ayo, twin! I peeped you moved houses and shit. Who are you? Oh god, I knocked over my can. Stay back, this house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. Malfino, this is my sister Alize, and our good friend Rose. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telophoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy, our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telophoroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name is Licinia. As for how I managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night on the roar, that terrible roar. And then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are, borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supply is running low. You said you're here to help, can you? Of course, whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fool to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place, as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alize? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes, yes, do as you will. Okay. Oh shit! I leveled up. Didn't get anything, I don't think. I must be getting something next level. No. 86. Okay, my bad. Sorry. Licinia's inner turmoil is averted plain on her face. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? I'm starting to get a bit hungry again, honestly. What they need most is a decent meal. We've food back at the camp, but there's the distance to consider. All's well, with food in my belly and a song in my heart. I can feel my fingers again. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emanelane's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Here you go. Warming tincture, I've never heard of such a thing, no harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. But machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, cerula engines is full of this stuff, but for all good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well, yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? Ha! 'Twas a joke, ha 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 ha. Ah. If I laughed, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams as our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the dishevelled remnants, the lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the Horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience, preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. What do you want? A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. It's a radio. You don't have them where you're from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular, made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Amoenos, it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amoenos. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Oh, Rika, thank you so much for 5 months. I really appreciate the continued support. Thank you so much. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus lives and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. Copia. Thank you for the head pat. We'll put that on the new NPC. There we go. What's that? So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum, even? I saw Legatus Virgilius troops heading towards the Magna Glaciers a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Yes, and we beat the shit out of them. Camp Broken Glass, you call it, and Virgilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glaciers? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Sort of. I mean, we also have airships, I guess. Airships, then there might be a way to... Licinia, where's everyone? Is something the matter? I heard something. A voice from inside, you say. You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almasti has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all these creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. You better watch out for baby Almastes while we're away. Ah, yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Oh, sheesh! This raccoon drip. Raccoon? Dragoon drip. Raccoon drip. Yeah, she's sus for sure. An SB. Okay. Before we continue, I want to go take a quick break just for like a minute. So I'll be running a couple ads. Feel free to go stretch yourself and grab a new drink or whatever. I'm mostly just running ads so we don't get pre-rolls. But I'll be back in like most likely like 2 or so minutes. So bear with me. I'll walk over to the radio so you can hear it properly. Also, I'm sorry I still haven't fixed this awful overlay. But yeah, I'll be back soonish in like 2 minutes. Bear with me. Yellow Jam. Hello. I return. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alright, let's tackle a bit more of the story. I'm feeling pretty good to keep going. But probably not for too much longer. Because I am a bit hungry, and I don't really have, like, quick-to-eat food. So, I only have, like, proper make food. Proper take time to make food. So yeah. But we'll be okay to keep going for another bit, I think. Alright. Let's speak with the burly tapper, apparently. Also, I have like all these cooldown stuff here for like easy overview, but then I always just look at the bottom of the screen anyway. It's really bad. It's not good. It's not good. But yeah, I'm really enjoying Endwalker so far. It's been great to play, and I'm enjoying streaming it too. I don't know what we're gonna do for the weekdays though, because I don't want to just keep doing only Endwalker. Especially because we still have Ruined King and maybe Link's Awakening to play. So I might do longer streams and start out with FF for a little bit on days where we don't play FF. Except for Friday. I think I want to keep Friday only Yakuza. I'm backing right out of the story and I'm gonna go to bed now. My eyes are stinging now. Take it easy, Fuji. Make sure you use like a night filter next time so that it doesn't burn through your eyes. You don't want to damage your eyes. But have a good rest. I hope you'll be able to tackle some more tomorrow. I'm almost done with my meeting, so I'll be here soon. Sounds great. Who goes there? How did you find us? Well, this girl told us about you. What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never would have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Ha! Looks like the boot's on the other foot now that the capital's gone to shite. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. If they think we will give in to intimidation, they've got another thing coming. Well, I was just gonna offer to get you food, but I mean, well, I don't got a ferry out to eat. Oh no. Yeah, the Windows integrated nightlight is literally just called nightlight, or you could install a separate program called Flux, which will adjust the warmer tones automatically depending on what time of day it is for your computer. So those two are things to look into. I basically always have some sort of night filter on when I'm doing stuff on the computer that doesn't require me to see colors accurately. Like if I'm doing work in Photoshop or whatever, I'll turn it off, obviously, but other than that, like... Well, you know now, Fuji, you know now. There you are. Just after you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. Anyways, have fun. I'm off to bed. See you soon, Fuji. Thank you so much for stopping by. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Eorzeans and rebels have here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? No worries, Fuji. Take care. Let me guess, none of you are Garlean? You were brought here from other lands? Garibania, Yanxia, Boja, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ingans, still sustaining us even with our paymasters out of the picture. I hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days, what with the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later, and though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire, and then the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald, as we knew it, is gone for good. Gone for good. If you're wondering why we'd post guards outside, it's because we've had trouble with other refugees, and I don't mean the ones that Victor spoils. Some of them come bearing weapons and won't take no for an answer. As for the 2 guards we met on the way in, I'll tell them what we've discussed. Once they've recovered from the beating you gave them. Come to think of it, maybe we should ask your contingent to send some bandages and healing balm. Regardless of what the Ilzabald contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause of celebration. A cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, if their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. The fire we built at Victor's Spoils won't last forever, and it's too dangerous for Licinia and the others to search for more kindling. If we can get them some ceruleum, that'll be one less thing for them to worry about, for a time at least. What's up, Tails? So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's Spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help, they must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister, but we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her, but she needed treatment. I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. Just passing by to say hi, enjoy Endwalker. Thank you so much, I really appreciate you stopping by, Tails. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come now, let's hurry back. Kind of fitting to use the polar bear mount in this area, huh? The Mrs. Tubbs mount. She chonky. Yeah, she is. I probably should have checked for our ether currents. I'll get them later, it's fine. Yeah, figures. Blah. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphanal would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Oh, even the radio's off. What the hell? I bet it's in this corner back here. Whoa, what's happening? Ugh, damn it all. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me, caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us, we know. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are, waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then in you swoop. Here to help? What rot, all a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true, Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours, and if you think I'll tell you you're a fool, I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot! Her sister's ill, the empty bottles prove it, so the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere, how could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. Our guardians should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Licinia and her sisters will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. All right, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, and that's where we'll start. Alright. Alright. 2 sets of fresh footprints, young women judging by their size. This is definitely them, come on. Hey Zero, finally you're free, huh? Are you winning, Corey? A little bit, I guess. Except for the fact that no one trusts us now. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sisters to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphinaud's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Excuse me. Can you blame him? Yes, I can. I absolutely can. The empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it has been here for some time and is unlikely to have any connection to Licinia or her sister. Man, Streamers always blame chat, then wonders why we don't trust them. Well, the NPCs in this game have nothing to do with my chat trusting me or not. No, I meant the NPCs. Ah, fate. Half-buried piece of paper. The wet paper half buried in the snow appears to be a flyer for a theater group, though the run of the shows advertised has long since ended. Ugh. That mount change is awful. I hate it. When Corey calls us NPCs. Heck off. Oh, they're using the polar bear too. This is just the bottle again. Yeah. Could it be on top of the pipes, maybe? I don't even know if we can get on the pipes though. Probably not. Huh? Southeast. Okay. Ow. Oh, I guess I didn't really check all the way over there. I'm not abusing Mrs. Tubbs. Oh, over here. No! That's a lot of blood. blood staining the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount. The victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastwards. Glankles? What the fuck are glankles? Oh my gosh, you fucking dead. The two bodies are already cold.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Man, I'm just sad because they're sad. I don't want the twins to be sad. There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? If only we'd had a chance to talk things over, but it's too late now, too late by far. You have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them, someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Yeah, I love the twins. Dude, that Aetheryte is so close. Oh well. Yeah, the twins, yeah. The twins just have grown on me so much over the years. That's crazy. I love them. I really do. We mustn't forget to send some of our allies to Tapper's Den. We still owe them for the bottle of ceruleum. Do you mind giving Lucia a full report? Treatment of the Tempered is proceeding as well as can be expected. If there is anything to report, you will be sure to know, though I gather you have a report of your own to deliver. Is something the matter? The twins look out of sorts, and you seem a bit off. Forgive me for saying, but the three of you appear rather drained since your return. Is there aught I might do to be of assistance? Alizé and Alphinaud tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. May I ask for your account? I'm hungry. That's my account. I am very hungry.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
Of course he was.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Huh.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
Oh.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
Absolutely.
I think we do.
Whomst is trying to steal from us.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a temple knight of Ishgard, And you are?
Iullus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
Ishtola is so
We have seen
bored.
with our own eyes
She
the
just wants
hardships
to
the
do
Guardians face,
something.
how their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves? Wow, warrior of sass.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Do you want to die, motherfucker?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
I know that serves against my purpose, but
I will need that.
let me
back.
beat him up. I'll throw hands. No, I didn't speak to everyone else, no! You'll be received as invited guests, so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else, remember this. Thancred, in particular, will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. I worry they were not in the best state of mind to volunteer for this undertaking, but what's done is done. What's done is done, and now you'll take good care of them and yourself as well, I trust. They are resilient in the face of hardship, you as well, but good intentions and stubborn determination alone will not be enough to bring our mission to a successful conclusion. Be on your guard. Iullus Pier Norbanus. It is unusual for one so young to achieve such a high rank, very unusual. His uniform identifies him as a member of the First Legion, which has a particularly fierce reputation. Whoever his superior may be, I advise you to approach them with caution. We captured the boy as he was about to make off with our food. He must be very hungry to take such risks. Maybe we should give him something to eat, reward him for his boldness. As I said before, Thancred can be quite the warrior, but rest assured he only has your best interests at heart. I know, this won't bring back Licinia and her sister, taking the same risks, making the same mistakes. It's possible, but better to try than to give up every time. Perhaps it is unwise to volunteer for a mission so soon after the previous disaster. Nevertheless, I shall not squander this opportunity. The lowly task of keeping watching over provisions would not normally befit the sun, but these being unusual circumstances, I will let no man take that which is not by rights theirs. Thank you, Magni. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. We will do only as instructed. After all, this is what we have been striving for ever since we arrived. Where do you think their headquarters are? I assume there are few others besides him and his commander he mentioned. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alize, and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Rose. Rose, where have I heard that before? Black Rose, maybe. Well, we don't talk about that. No matter, Alphino and Alize, we will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. Alphino and Alize will then begin moving towards the destination. Make your way to Liminal Station 4 without falling behind. If you leave Julius behind for any reason or lose sight of Alphino and Alize, you may try again by returning to the starting point. Ready to make a dash for the station? Yes. There's a bear! This must be the road he mentioned. If you follow this, it should lead to the station. Not the easiest surface to run on. You better not draw attention. That's the station, I presume. It's nothing like the ones in Thanalan. We're here, I think. Yeah, the BGM is really nice as well here. It's really nice everywhere, really. This is it, the first stop, that is. Good. It looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. I wonder what sort of conditions Ulysses and his comrades are living in. If they've any sense, they'll have picked somewhere like Victor's spoils to take shelter. We're getting closer to the Imperial Palace, if one can still call it that. It truly is a terrifying sight to behold. North of the station is Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off, understood? From here we'll be heading northeast. Keep to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, we're getting past the hordes unseen. We're getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. Nade ovary, cool. Nadeko, oh, Nadeko, very cool. Oh no. Welcome, hello raiders. My name's Kori. I'm a ghost that uses CR to make herself little friends. Oh, you were playing FF as well, hello. Welcome everyone. How was your stream? I hope you all had a good time. Hello, hello. Mochi raid, oh, nice. Oh, I'm so hungry. But welcome raiders, hello, hello. I hope you had a good time over at your stream. We're playing Endwalker ourselves at the moment. We're currently doing the level 82 quest still, I'm pretty sure. We just got to Garlemald and we're following this Euless guy. I'm really enjoying my time so far. We're not too far in. We only started yesterday afternoon really. So we've been making progress slowly but steadily. I appreciate you coming around. For anyone who's new, I really appreciate you stopping by. Hello, hello. Kiwi and Crest Hollow, welcome. But yeah, we usually play a wide variety of games, usually more story-driven adventure RPGs, kind of. At the moment, we're doing Endwalker, Ruined King, a League of Legends story, and Yakuza 0 on Fridays. So if you're interested in any of these titles, feel free to either drop a follow here or check out the Discord or our Twitter. I appreciate all the lurkers as well. If you don't want your name read out by following the stream, I completely understand. Just feel free to drop one whenever I'm offline. It'll be our little secret. But yeah, thank you so much for checking out the stream. I really appreciate it. Welcome everyone. Alright, keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen. Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Stretch? Alright, I'll stretch. Thank you, and yes, I will hydrate as well. Thank you, thank you. And Zero linked it. Ko-fi is a great way to support me outside of Twitch. It's sort of like a Patreon alternative, but cooler because Ko-fi doesn't take a cut and it's mine. So that's pretty cool. Lunar Rabbit, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for coming up, Paranormal Investigator. Hello, hello. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. How are you doing? Having fun? Yes, we've been really enjoying Endwalker so far. It's been a journey. It's been very, very nice. Oh, also, if you have to go, I'm usually really exhausted after my streams. I don't blame anyone. I also don't blame anyone who wants to lurk or dip because of spoilers. I completely understand. I wouldn't want anyone getting spoiled. But like I said, we're still really early into, not Shadowbringers, Endwalker. But yes, we're having fun. I'm doing good besides a bit of hunger, but I'll be fine. Oh god, this guy's popping all of his cooldowns. I'm loving it. God, I really want some McDonald's now. I'm more of a Burger King kind of person myself, honestly. Gods damn it, we're perfectly capable of holding our own. We must stay alert. I see why your comrades chose you. Euless, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people, they're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Ugh. Glad to hear. Having fun? Yes. I'm really enjoying my time in Endwalker so far. It's really sad, but it's a really good time. Same, but Burger King is too far away from where I live. I have a Burger King not too far away, but the McDonald's is actually too far away. Actually, no, wait, I'm more of a Subway guy. Oh, Subway is so good. No, I'm gonna get so hungry talking about food. I do like Subway. I also like KFC, but the only thing I get from KFC are like their rice boxes. There's like rice, a little bit of salad, and like their chicken, and it's so good. Seriously, if you've never had a rice box from KFC and are looking for fast food that isn't necessarily like chips and greasy meat, definitely check out the KFC rice box. You won't regret it. They come as like spicy or just regular. I always get the regular one because I can't eat spicy food very well. But I highly recommend checking out the KFC rice boxes if your country has them available. Oh, I don't think I have. I gotta try it. I usually just get popcorn chicken and hot wings from KFC. The popcorn chicken isn't bad either. I just really like the rice boxes because, you know, there's something else from a usual fast food. And like the sauce that comes with it is really good. Corey is allergic to meat on the bone. I just find it really awkward to eat. I don't like the feeling of eating meat off a bone. Ah. Boneless. I hate to watch you bear this burden alone. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before, only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. I swear to God, if we keep talking about food, I'm gonna cry. Madge. Jesus. Then cry. Okay, I'll cry. I love food and I miss food. I can't help myself! She do be casting Brawl 4. Shush! To think they were once ordinary people. Yeah, these... What the fuck is going on here? Tentacle people. Do you fucking mind? Such a transformation is likely irreversible. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. What a piece of poop. What class do you play? I like Sage. No, sorry, not Sage. Haha. I like Scholar. I always find myself falling back on Scholar every expansion. So instead of just playing Sage now and then having to level Scholar because I miss playing Scholar, I'll just play Scholar right now and then level Sage later if I still want to. I do really enjoy barrier healers. I do very much enjoy barrier healers. Sage was pretty fun when I leveled it to 80 though, I will say. Though I wish there was another way, I thank you for keeping us from harm. Even here in the outskirts, it's plain to see how vastly different Garlemald is compared to the other cities. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine this way. Also, the quality of life changes for Scholar are actually really, really nice. How do I get here? I assume later, but... I assume through here. This is Teridium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. But yeah, I've always been a Scholar player, really, since Heavensward. I've dipped my toes in other classes, but none of them really stuck. I had no idea they had such expansive structures built underground. It's fine to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse, even so I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Julius was willing to make the... if Julius, whatever his name is, was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must have all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and the snow, but it's bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Ulus? Oh, like... Oh. Ulus? Okay, I get it, thank you. Favorite mounts? I'll answer that in a second. Well, as for my favorite mount, I like this polar bear a lot because he reminds me of our dear friend and mascot, Mrs. Tubbs. I also like the car because I like driving my friends around. I also love this mount. I love it so much. This might be one of my favorite mounts. It hops around. It makes a cute squeaky sound. The music it plays is good, and it has this cute little animation. When it flies, I can't fly, but when it flies, one of the Namazu on the side pass out, and it's really cute. I also quite enjoy the Great Vessel of Ronka, I will say. I don't actually have all that many mounts. Oh wait, I do have the Dwarf tank. Which is also very silly. I like the silly mounts. I've never gotten like a collection mount or anything. So yeah. I really want to get the Shadowbringers collection mount. It looks really good. Oh, obviously, the good old Chocobo is also very nice. Gotta get the bed mount, best one. The bed mount is also very good. No! Why does every Aetheryte have to be unresponsive now? Yulmur was a mistake. I will deal with you in a moment. Foiled again. He certainly looks the part. Now comes the true test.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The First? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our Emperor,
Man,
our city,
that
more than half
outfit's
our
nice.
troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter.
Great.
You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
Oh no.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What the fuck?
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
No, you won't. What the hell?
Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
That's not a good thing.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. I miss him so much.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
If anything happens to the
Yes,
twins,
sir.
I'm gonna kill everyone in this room and then myself. This is your warning. Leave your hands off us, I swear to God. I have to remind myself not to touch it, even if it starts to itch. I'd rather not set it off by accident. Anyway, enough about that. Let's earn what we can from the refugees. It will take more than a trifle such as this to deter us. Compared to what Garlemald's people have suffered in recent days, these collars are a minor inconvenience. Please! No! What if I just, like, teleport away? What if I just leave? Our gear is also still fine, okay. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Teridium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. You have to run all the way back. Oh yeah, that is pretty bad. Do as you will, but remember, I will be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars would be the least of your worries, understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation, and above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphinaud and Alizé will pay the price. You came with Euless, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you don't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city built by Garleans, 4 Garleans, could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetherite's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Ah, I see. So cold. This young soldier's on the verge of losing consciousness. It's you, Rose Silverthorn. I served in our Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozen as though they were nothing to you. Maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down, but it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve, mark my words. You know, you and your people might be nothing, but 40 minutes of cutscenes is 40 minutes of cutscenes. I won't deny that much. Is there aught we may do to ease your woes? My arm, it's killing me. So cold and probably hasn't had a proper meal in days. If only we'd brought some food with us, but perhaps I could use a little magic to... No, I mustn't. Gods, this is so frustrating. How much longer are we going to be stuck down here? This is no way to live. No matter what may betide, I've my daughter, and that alone shall keep me from succumbing to even the darkest of nights. I can't feel my fingers. I've never been this cold or this hungry in all my life. While Garlemald was built on a frozen waste, the city itself was always was a warm, inviting place. Now, all we once had is in ruins. Hey Jessica, good morning. Yeah, well, that's not a bad thing in and of itself, that it's 5 minutes of gameplay and an hour of unskippable cutscenes. It's more so that you have to do it for some, like, for good rewards. So you're doing it, like, multiple times in your, you know, lifetime. The sphere is the same model as the one used at Victor's Spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. I'm good, tired as fuck. Well, I hope you'll feel better soon. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face by the blood of our fallen compatriots. I swear I'll... Ugh! Damn, tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the, Illard? Oh, the third bleeding us. We'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio, then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact, body broken, a soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. Man, these people sure hate us. Did you learn anything of note? Just that everyone really hates us, Alphino. Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at a great risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there's precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Peach Milk. What a cute name. Ugly duckling. Who's there in my eyes? I can't see all that well. Ah, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. They should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. Can't really blame them. You've been at war after all. Yeah. No, I can't. I can't blame them. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Eulus could persuade him, though we'd need to persuade Eulus first. That's one big chocobo. Oh, it's because it belongs to Rogadin. For anyone who doesn't know, mounts scale with your character's height. So my chocobo is very small in comparison to his. Chocobo, yeah. I miss FF7 Remake so much, and I miss the chocobos in FF7 Remake even more. Well, seen enough? Elis, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating we need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum we need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Small chocobo do be cute though. All chocobos are cute. You can't change my mind. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. Oh hey Corey, random question, have you done the Omega raids? Yeah. I've done all the raids. Just not... I just haven't done them all in Savage, is all. But I've done all the normal ones. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. Oh yeah, the fat chocobo, I remember that clip. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power. We realized Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion, saying as much and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. I only bring that up because the Alpha is about the size of a Lalafell chocobo. Alpha is so cute! Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before the reinforcements reach Garlemald. And they need help now. Say the word and we will bring you ceruleum. Starings. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to do it? No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Is he just going to make us come outside and ask us to get it, but without telling the big man? Very well, after all, many hands make light work. You are a lot more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Oh, level 83, which means I have to change my title. Exciting! Another level up, huh? His park materials. Good one, Square. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Soleus, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. Oh, one of my friends is here. Goodbye. Okay, nice flex, man. Leave me be. I'm suffering down here on the ground. How could you do this to me? How could you leave me behind? To think this macabre graveyard for a war mission once was a park. This is the place. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play with and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Galvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Some goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we shall commence the search. Can't speak. Oh, I missed one. Well, we have to go that way for the ether current. A cursory inspection of the Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Eula said. So just the coolest weapons in the game? Yeah, they look really nice. Especially the ones that actually look like wings on your back. Do look very, very cool. I'll definitely level Sage whenever I'm done with the main story. Eulus ignores you as he stares at the water in silence, as if searching for something he knows has gone and will never return. Well, the children's slide is hardly gonna have any. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial war machines, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations, but on closer inspection it appears to be no more than a children's slide. No going down it. Or are there no sliding down it? This, whatever it is, appears to have some sort of symbolic meaning relating to this park. Even though the place is named after Solus, it doesn't seem to be a statue of him, well, at least not anymore. Maybe it was once a fountain, or somewhere the man himself used to sit? Not that it would matter, even if we knew, but I can't help but wonder. That's a nice detail. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Solius, the pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. Gator Graves, thank you so much for becoming a paranormal investigator. Welcome. What do you need to unlock Sage? 1 magical and 1 warrior class, right? I have no idea about the requirements, I'm sorry. Oh, it's you. Any luck? Just any combat job at level 70. Ah, nice. There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes. I mean, no, It's just I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when it was all said and done. Every time. And every time when we'd go home, Mother would scold us saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. By ceruleum! With a ceruleum-powered heater by any chance? Yeah! I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath a hatch. But that was a long time ago when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Euless, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. And I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Afano, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? And once that's done, a blast of Verfire should do the trick. God, Corey, I left for like a day and the city is ruined. Hello, Farian. How are you today? The fuck did you do? Not much. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves after. But that's insane. So fancy a dip? Not really, but... a little friendly competition might make things a bit more interesting, I guess. I'm fucking awful. Honestly, I've lost my voice through osmosis from you. It hurts to fucking breathe. What the hell? I mean, I'm sorry if you're actually in pain, but what the hell? What is this supposed to mean? Last one to find a ceruleum tank is a rotten egg, though I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. Alright, I hope you feel better soon, Farian. Maybe I can make the jump. Hooah! Are you okay, Alize? She looks like she's crying. You delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Hey, I wasn't in the water at all. Oh, now I'm in the water. Gods be good, it's cold. Perhaps we should have just listened to Euless after all. I've become a mute, angry, stoic viewer. You delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed to injury. Yes. Well, I hope you feel better soon. What always helped me when I was having pain in my throat is to have some warm milk with honey. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. Vodka fixes all. I've never had vodka, I can't vouch, but I do like me some rum. I do like me some rum. Da, 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 da. You open the hatch and retrieve nothing! No, a ceruleum tank. However, your grand discovery comes at a great personal cost as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and a rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. Euless will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver him your prize. Well, I hope it works. I hope it's all good and nothing serious. Did you find anything? Oh, I hope you did. Yes, here you go. That cutscene reminds me of whenever in a Zelda game the third wall is broken, whenever Link does this stupid da 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 and holding something up in the air. I guess this was sort of the same joke. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alphino a hand. Oh, how nice. Shit, I hope it's not serious too. I haven't even gone to a doctor yet. Works best for me is peppermint tea with honey. Yeah, I have warm milk with honey when I'm like that. Call me an old Uldan, because by fire I am reborn. My clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus's eye, you're still an envoy deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, you would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all is well that ends well. Euless, you mentioned coming here with your youngest siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song or of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we climbed to the top of the tallest buildings we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends are dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had... Soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Wait, aren't you dragonkind? Aren't you cold-blooded? That's why I'm sitting the furthest away from the fire. That's not how that works, Corey. Well, at least my clothes are finally dry, though they could still do with a proper wash. Owing to the wealth of experience I've accrued in gathering firewood, I was even able to provide Euless with some basic pointers on the subject. I thought it might help to further build a rapport and to distract him from his other concerns. No good deed. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. Someone get a blanket, she's gonna fucking die. And Corian comfy. Don't worry, I'm only half cold-blooded. We're only half dragon, right? Yes, I will hydrate. Thanks for the reminder. The Mora Machina appear to be patrolling the area of its own volition. I wonder whether it is simply following its original orders or if it now serves the Telophoroi. Lukewarm-blooded, yes. Everything was built on an enormous scale and with thick, cleanly cut stone, much like Amarat. Given what we know now, such similarities are no coincidence. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of Mora Machina. Why is Lukewarm even called Lukewarm, man? Who named it that? Why not Daniel Warm? I was gonna make the same joke. I was gonna say, who named it that? Probably someone called Luke. There's Luke Cold too. Wow. I didn't even know about Luke Cold. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, and that time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Did someone say explosives? I still got the C4. Nice, we'll need it. Understood, let's get to work. According to the ceruleum gauge, this unit's fuel tank is empty. Alright, no need to do it then. The ceruleum gauge in this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine. Yes, we'll do it. After successfully removing the War Machina's outer casing and retrieving the ceruleum tank, you find it to be completely empty. Ah, poop. Well, it was worth a shot. According to the ceruleum gauge, the unit's fuel tank's empty. Okay. The ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way. Yes. Use. You retrieve the War Machina's ceruleum tank to find it is still half full, or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Euless will surely be pleased by your discovery. Alright, let's hand the tank back. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? You've done it again, truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alize and Alphino are faring. Oh, I was supposed to wait here. I read it and then I didn't register it in my head. Wait here? Okay, I'll follow you. Essentially. Korean meltdown, yes.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Oh?
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, Tell me everything.
I'm really hungry, Thancred. They've been starving me for
Gatus
hours.
Itself, eh? Now there's a surprise.
No!
This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development. And perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for.
Thanks for the
Our
hydrate and the
comrades back at
stretch.
the camp also received some rather promising news. But it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Insert go get a snack or redeem here. I'll probably end stream not too long from now. Corby over here like, I don't give a fuck about them, give me my fucking pay. Yes, absolutely.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above
I mean, I'm
ground.
not... No, I would never care about that.
Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
Apparently I'm a goblin gremlin. Gremlin goblin.
It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us.
Oh no.
My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here.
You don't have the
Do not
fucking
forget,
strength to
you are
fight.
being watched.
Ugh. Stupid!
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
Really funny.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
He's not happy about this either. Don't you fucking do it!
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Everything will be alright, have faith.
Get them out of here.
Do we ever make that a quote? What, the gremlin goblin thing? No. If they are hurt in any sort of fucking way, I will burn this place to the ground. I won't have it. I won't have anyone hurting the twins. I swear to God. Alphino and Alizé will be fine. Will be fine, providing they do not resist. No good deed goes unpunished, huh? Alea lacta est. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionnaires Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them, ask the eel for further details and those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. You again. Ask the eel, he said. So, that's to be the way of it after all this. Ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it, for the glory of Garlemald. Smells like turncoat time. Yeah, it does. What do you want with me? Ask the eel. Sir Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage as a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. Excuse me, chat. Have you done as instructed? Their duties involve more than the transportation of supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though. Whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Alright, let's go. Let's see what this place is. Hello, Judy. Oh, caressing the air, I see. Very thought-provoking. Slash mime. Euless lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Oh, that tower's huge.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised.
Voice acting is incredible.
The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke.
Yo, anyone know any good Dark Souls 3 builds?
We should go.
Sheesh.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Come on, Alphina.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. about why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum.
Yeah.
Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand. To refuse to suffer in silence.
That
I
theme
want you to know
is so
I share
beautiful.
your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Oh shit!
The scouts have secured Alize and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Oh no.
Ambush!
Of course.
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
Great.
Stop, both of you!
This is just going to lead to more trouble.
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
Yes, I agree.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th decision.
Good.
Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity.
Wait, are
We
they gonna...
ghosts, you and I. Memories of days gone by.
They're not going to...
Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Oh no.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
Oh. What was that for, Doris?
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
Pirate Fish, welcome. Thanks so much for becoming a paranormal investigator. Really appreciate the follow.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Red for the blood of our fallen brothers. Checks out. We will make no attempt to resist. The radio really sets the mood. They did a good job there. Yeah, it's incredible. Just everything in general has been incredible so far. Much more has occurred since we last met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They are preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry, a reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in forest with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic, but perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Euless back to the station, have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alphino, Alizé, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I will also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. We gotta ride all the way back because we still couldn't get the aetheryte. Honor and pride, foolish things to die for. the whole thematic of this expansion really strikes a chord with me, I feel. It seems to all truly be about, what do we leave behind after we pass, and why would anything we do in that account matter? What's the point? In a sense. Partially, at least. Might as well uncover this area while we're here. It's really dark by 14 standards. Yeah, I mean, yeah. To live is to suffer, but might as well enjoy the ride in the general is the general idea. I mean, yeah, I suppose. Please, I'm just trying to uncover this area. I'm desperate. Thank you. I think this Golem situation is mostly propaganda and imposed values. Yeah, I think so too. What the hell is going on over there? What is this mount? What the fuck is that mount? I've never seen that before. How do I get it? Now that I think about it, when's the Christmas event? It should be like in a week or two, right? Oh man, what a mount. What are you doing back here? Where are Euless and the others? Oh, I did not expect you to arrive so soon. There's been a development. Perhaps you had best see for yourself. 'Tis a comfort to see thee none the worse for thy recent ordeals. Rose and Euless. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... So it's this week? Ah, nice. No, he wouldn't. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. You released us from our duty. You wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Are you planning on stopping soon? Yes. Without him to guide us, I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer to the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. Only to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see if we can reach camp safely. I don't know, maybe I'm just cold-hearted or too much of a realist, but the story seems one-dimensional. Maybe I'm just missing something. Yes, like the first 400 hours of story of this game, or something like that. I don't know how many hours it is. You might be missing a little bit. Maybe not 400 hours, but a tiny bit. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. Please let me attune to this thing. Well, got the Aetheryte sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Laternum is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. I mean, I'm familiar with 14, not so much Endwalker, but 14. I mean, I'm having a good time with it, and that's all that matters to me. Oh, Alphino's in here. This is where it happened. Why? Best not to dwell on it, not when there's work to be done. Oh man, the music changed. No, the story really resonates with me as well. To employ healing magics now would likely invite catastrophe, as though canst attest from thy experiences at Victor Spoils. Indeed, the Garleans view our ability to manipulate ether with the same suspicion that many Orsians do Magitech. Ah, it's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. Heh, I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning, until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12, thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Luminsian friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Okay. Just double making sure we got it. Mostly don't have the time anymore. Yeah, it is quite the time-consuming game. Like, even just the story is very time-consuming. I agree with that. Alright. I want to finish up this bit of the story and then I'll probably go head out. Like, I want to finish up this chapter, this arc. Ugh. I am starving, so I'm gonna go get some food. Rather have some food. I don't really know what I'm gonna eat. No sleeping yet, soon. It's a good part. I want to see your reaction to it. There's a YOLO duty shortly after this, and big story cutscenes. Would it be better Wait, YOLO duty? Would it be better to do that tomorrow? Because I was gonna do more tomorrow. Probably if you want to enjoy it. Yeah, then I'll wait till tomorrow. Hold on. I get the feeling it'd be better to do tomorrow with more people around. Will there be more people around tomorrow? Is the question. Either way, I'm just really tired and I'm super hungry. And I said I wasn't going to stream for as long as I did yesterday. And I streamed for like 7 hours yesterday. And here we are, 7 hours into my stream. You were really immersed, yeah? No, it's really fun. I really love it. And it's not... Like, it is strenuous to stream, but at the end of the day, it's not as exhausting as, like, all the other games we've been playing. Like, yeah, it's a lot to read aloud, but there's not a lot to do, like, besides that. And the game does give you breathers with like combat and voice cutscenes where I don't need to read, so it's not as exhausting as like our reading streams either. Oh, it's one of the tempered, so I can't finish it all. It's almost like you're addicted. I mean, I don't know if I'd say I'm addicted, but I am enjoying my time, and I did wake up and was like, I want to play more. So, maybe. Maybe a little bit. Oh, right. There you go. And I did just delay having food by like 2 hours to play more, so maybe. So I thank you so much for cursing Keeb to become a boo. I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Just a good time and a good game? Yeah. Well, we'll just finish up this segment and then... Yeah, as I said earlier, I'm more of a variety streamer. See no threats on the path ahead. We play a lot of like story RPG adventures. So at the moment we're playing through Endwalker because I love FF14. I played it a lot forever ago. Hey Zucca, what's up? How are you? I'm doing good. I'm just hungry. We're finishing up soon. But thank you so much for stopping by. But yeah, we play a lot of like story RPG stuff. At the moment we're playing oh, it's over here. At the moment we're playing through Endwalker, Ruined King, a League of Legends story, and Yakuza 0. So if you're interested in any of these games, we'd love to have you back sometime. Bear riding? I want to play this game so much now. It's a polar bear mount from the summer event, believe it or not. No! Mine's called polar bear. It's a polar bear. I don't care. I don't care what you guys say. It's a polar bear. It's Mrs. Tubbs. Look how adorable she is. She's so happy to be here. The builds are pretty sick, TBH honest. SMH my head, man. There you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. When I see to that, would you mind appraising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. I agree, Mrs. Tubbs is the best. Ah, Rose, I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. Yes, Gravity? What if refugees? I'm told some are receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugee, perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direction orders of the legatus, and that following his suicide they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought he had lived. He would be tried as a war criminal and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them from any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man, or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. Don't accept the next quest if you want to end soon. Yes, I've been warned, but thank you. Yep, I've been warned. Thanks. We will be ending here. Thanks for the warning. I don't see Graha anymore. I was gonna say goodnight. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, everyone. I really appreciate everyone coming around, everyone who's new, who stopped by, all the lurkers. I really appreciate you all. I'd highly recommend checking out our Discord. It's a great way. Oh yeah, I can do the dance. It's a great way to stay updated with me and what I do, and also become part of our really nice community. Thanks for the stream, Corey. It was fun. I'm glad you had a good time. But yeah, thank you as always so much for watching. I gotta continue the D&D story? Hell yeah! I want to read more of it. What the hell? Where are my updates? Where's my entertainment, Varian? But yeah, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it.